discussions on the history of biodiversity in Latin America since the late 15th century in an Anthropocenic perspective, namely, first, room for a larger scope of interdisciplinarity. Second, room for contributing to the conceptual and theoretical discussions on the Anthropocene and its conceptual siblings. Third, room for complications, for complexity, and for contingency. Fourth, room for presentism and possibly also for multiple futures, for making for this volume relevant for discussions on multiple futures. And finally, room for conviviality and what I call 3D diversity. Okay, first, the topic, biodiversity, not only in the political and public perception, but also in history and in the environmental humanities. The discussion on climate change has overshadowed, if you will, the issue of the loss of biodiversity. To bring the topic of biodiversity loss as a crucial environmental issue to the fore of historical studies and to frame it through the lens of biodiversity is a gain in itself, and it's highly topical and of terrible importance. And this is one of the great strengths of this whole endeavor of the handbook to really capitalize on historical studies on biodiversity. Yes, on the one hand, as a seemingly ahistorical concept we've heard about, it has only been invented, only been coined in the 1980s, and as such, yeah, to apply it to previous decades and centuries has a kind of problem, could be result in a problem, but this problem is really easily solved in the volume, and it's productively solved by looking to what we usually call nature-culture relations or human-animal histoire croisée, through the lens of biodiversity provides an extra add-on value, a gain, and this gain comes really to the fore in the volume. Second, conceptual coherence. We all know it's easy to write, you know, it's easy to come up with edited volumes, just bind together a couple of articles and find a catchy title, and that's all. This volume, and actually the whole handbook, as far as I have been able to see it, is the opposite. It starts with a strong conceptual coherence, embarking on the concept of multiple crises. We saw the image also by our artist, the multiple crisis approach, which allows for identifying connections both within the scope of multiple environmental crises such as land degradation and biodiversity loss, and between environmental crises and various socio-cultural crises on the road to the much debated and much needed socio-ecological transformation that we're all heading for. Well, it's also very conceptual coherent because of its systematic search for links between coloniality and new coloniality, the rise of capitalism and racial capitalism. And it's the first comprehensive effort in regionalizing, in provincializing the Anthropocene without losing, as we have discussed earlier in the first panel, I would say without losing the global perspective. And I'm hesitant to say if it's a planetary perspective. To me, planetary perspective means even more, let's say, being bold. But I mean, this is already a lot to link the local, the regional perspective and not losing the global perspective. It's great because of its smart design by combining a chronological, a thematic, and a spatial outline, yeah? Bringing all three dimensions into one coherent image. And we know how difficult usually it is to just combine a chronological order with a content-wise order. Here it's three orders all combined into one coherent conceptual outline. I find this super rewarding to read. Third strength of the volume is, yeah, it's able to strike a fair balance between this coherent intellectual framework and, on the other hand, not losing the opportunity of embarking and making sense of the narrative plurality, the strengths of the authors that come with their own expertise and their knowledge, their multiple knowledge bases that they ground it in, yeah, and they mobilize it, the multiple authors, and so this is really not a cacophony. It's a concerted voice. It's an orchestra that you see here, and it's nicely playing together, and it leaves, as I said, ample room to focus on specific topics and issues by the authors. The fourth strength is, as I mentioned, the thickness in theories and concepts. I would say really, none of the contributions is not grounded in multiple theories and concepts, not just bound, let's say, related to the debate on the Anthropocene, but different other debates and bodies of literature that we're currently discussing in many places, in environmental history, in, of course, colonial studies, post-colonial studies, in animal studies, and in multi-species studies. This is the background. This is the conceptual level of the book, and it's worthwhile to strengthen this, to mention these strengths as well. And finally, the elegance in providing orientation for the reader, right? We have the general outline of the whole volume, which starts with the debate on the Anthropocene, starts with the debate on colonialism, on global capitalism, etc. That provides already an orientation. And the same holds true then for the individual volumes. They again, first you have the introduction that sets the baseline for all the authors and of course for the readers. And then there are further introductions to the three periodic cross-cutting sections. So the reader always knows where he or she stands. And there's very nice, let's say, orientations after one chapter that then, spill over to the next chapter. Very, very elegant reader guidance. Now, a perspective for further discussions. First, room for a larger scope of interdisciplinarity. In 2012, IPBES has been founded, the International Governmental Panel on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, the institutional equivalent of the IPCC. And in its seventh General Assembly in Paris 2019, IPBES issued the latest global assessment report with alarming findings concerning the rapidly accelerating loss of biodiversity. And for the first time, this report also included voices from indigenous peoples, as well as from disciplines other than biology and the life sciences. Rarely the volume makes, however, I would say rarely the volume makes use of methods such as backcasting the loss of biodiversity, not just in a qualitative, but also in a quantitative dimension. So what we do need, and we would need, in addition to what we find here, and again, I stress the excellence of what has been provided, is such interdisciplinary conversation, the great interdisciplinarity between scholars and scientists across the board, I would say. So this volume has laid the foundations for such an interdisciplinary dialogue, for example, by its definition on biodiversity, and I find this excellent. That you embark on the IPBES definition of biodiversity, which is diversity within species, across species, and in biome, in ecosystems. So, but then the volume falls a little bit short of breaking down this threefold definition of biodiversity and following it through, also on a quantitative level, through time. So here, sometimes we get some numbers, but it's usually, just a source here and a source there. But there are proxy documents from scientists, and we could, like Virginia, your center is coming up with those documents. It would be nice to include this kind of quantitative element also in the volume. Yeah, you mentioned this book that I've been writing with a biologist and a legal scholar called a Manifesto for Biodiversity. And here, for myself, I've so much profited from this interdisciplinary dialogue. And actually, the whole debate on the Anthropocene is very much, or let me put it otherwise, what we have gained from the whole discussion on the Anthropocene is the importance of interdisciplinarity, also cross-disciplinarity and transdisciplinarity. But for me, the Anthropocene debate has become a catalyst of truly interdisciplinary dialogue, and it would be wonderful to see it in the conceptual depth, in empirical evidence, and hopefully then also in the political and public attention to this volume. Second, room for contribution to the theoretical discussions on the Anthropocene and its conceptual siblings. Well, for reasons of time, I have to cut this short, I see. Christoph mentioned already that we have about 140, let's say, synonyma, or let's say, efforts to make sense, conceptual sense, and also analytical sense, narrative sense of the Anthropocene. Some of them have become heuristically and analytical very valuable, and I don't see these, let's say, concepts really spelled out in the volume properly. Yes, Capitalocene has been mentioned. Yes, the technosphere and the technocene has been briefly mentioned. Yes, the plantationocene here and there comes up, but it's not really, heuristically used, properly exploited, if you wish. And so, yeah, I mean, to exaggerate it a little bit, the volume falls a little bit short in contributing to this ongoing discussions on the value of the term Anthropocene, the concept of the Anthropocene within the humanities, the environmental humanities writ large. Third, room for complications, complexity, and contingency. Yeah, yes, it's out there. Complexity is mentioned, contingency is mentioned, but sometimes I have the impression that some of the chapters, then are quite binary. Yeah, so there's the kind of good Anthropocene and bad Anthropocene. There's the good guy, again exaggerating, which is let's say indigenous cultures. The bad guy, is colonialism. But history is more complex often, and things are intermingled. And when it comes, for example, to indigenous knowledge and scientific knowledge, they become interrelated and interchanged, and there's a discourse between these two bodies of expertise or knowledges. So to put it in a binary perspective is not so. Not exploiting the full potential again of the explanatory power of the concept. Fourth, room for presentism and multiple futures. Fighting the loss of biodiversity, the ongoing mass extinction of species has become an issue of our times, equally threatening and pressing as climate change. Bending the curve from loss of biodiversity to stabilize it, if not to gain in diversity, is the much needed global goal. And history and historically informed studies have a large-scale potential to make an impact here on these discussions. So I would love to see the book really taking this challenge to the fore and really trying to even further mobilize historical knowledge to, as an orientation tool, but also maybe even further as a knowledge base for what I earlier mentioned, for this much needed socio-ecological transformation that we need. And finally, room for conviviality and 3D diversity. Human-animal relations, studies have become very important. And I would say this volume is still too much on the human side, right? The human are the actors, whereas biological species are less so actors and actants. So to really get a convivial principle also spelled out in the narratives, right? So that we really see these two entities interacting and being actors and actants on equal level, on equal footing, would be even further rewarding. So I do think such a convivial understanding of biodiversity is challenging, of course, but would be rewarding. And what I mean by 3D diversity, Franz mentioned the 2D diversity, meaning biological diversity and cultural diversity. I would add a third element, and that's technology, that's the technosphere. So if we really take these three diversities seriously and its interconnectivities, biodiversity, biodiverse, cultural diverse, and technological diverse, we would even gain further in our understanding of the complications of the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Helmut Trischler, for this very positive statement, but also some inspirations on how to develop further aspects. We will now listen to the second comment before you two can give some answers and insights.
Hello, good afternoon, buenas tardes, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Olaf Kaltmeier and all the staff for inviting me to the presentation of this magnificent book and allowing me to make a few comments. Depending on the time you can just. Well, as most of you don't know me, I would like to add some information to the biography you heard to better understand what I'm doing here. I'm not a social scientist. As you have heard, I am an agronomist, and as a part of my doctorate, a PhD, I worked about ethnobotany with indigenous Shuar and in the Amazon, and with Quichua Saraguros in the Andean region. The main title of my PhD was Biodiversity as a Resource. I have carried out this work, and my subsequent career focused on field work in the field of biodiversity conservation, mostly in Latin America, collaborating with scientists, generally from the natural sciences. But more recently, I've been working interdisciplinary together with social scientists, spending a lot of time and discussions with them, more concretely about a project. It was about unraveling the impact of payment for ecosystem services for conservation of biodiversity among indigenous peoples in quite isolated areas of the Amazon. Why I'm telling you this? Well, in the natural sciences, the number of publications on different aspects of biodiversity is overwhelming. And having worked in recent years, as I told you, with people from the social scientists, I greatly welcome the publication of this book. There is a great lack of coverage of what we can learn from this exercise of looking back of what happened with biodiversity in Latin America, especially from a social perspective. And in my opinion, this publication is also a decisive. All the 6 books are decisive as a basis for promoting interdisciplinarity between academic disciplines, social, natural, and other. And once again, I wish to point out that my comments on this book are those of a researcher from the natural sciences. Well, as mentioned by Professor Leon Enrique Avilés, Latin America and the Caribbean are home to 40% of the world's biological diversity and 7% of the world's and 7 of the world's 25 biodiversity hotspots, including 6 of the 17 mega diverse countries, and the second largest reef system on the planet. Yes, Latin America countries in Latin America harbor extreme natural wealth, but that's not all. To qualify as a biodiversity hotspot, a region must meet 2 strict criteria. It must have at least 1,500 vascular plant species as endemics. What does it mean? A high percentage of plant life found nowhere else on the planet. And second, it must have 30% or less of its original natural vegetation. In other words, it must be threatened. This threat is constant in the history of biodiversity in the region, as it has been altered by humans for thousands of years. There is evidence of the extinction of large mammals in prehistoric times and of huge-scale deliberate forest fires that change entire ecosystems in what is now Peru, especially the northern part, and some areas in Bolivia, as far as back as the pre-Inca times. Well, this work has focused on 3 key moments. I am going to repeat some aspects that we need to understand what I want to comment later. The first phase starts with the arrival of the Europeans in the Americas, 1492. A second phase goes from the mid-19th century to 1950, and the last one from the great acceleration in the 1950s to the present. Also, South America, to be more comprehensive, has been divided in 5 different regions: Southern Cone, Andes, Amazon, South America, Mesoamerica, and the Caribbean. And as it was already mentioned, it's important that this book understands biodiversity not only in biological terms as something apart from society, but also as biocultural diversity, imaginaries. The way in which the authors face and understand the challenge is almost as diverse as biodiversity itself in reaching the debate. I found it very interesting how one topic can be described in so many different ways. I will highlight some aspects following the proposed temporal phases and will add some remarks at the end concerning biodiversity conservation, which is my area of research. Well, when describing the first phase, the authors use different examples to detail the enormous impact of the European conquest on biodiversity and what it meant in terms of imposing a new form of exploitation of resources imported and not adapted to the local environment. Most examples revolve around changes in and the use of agrobiodiversity. In this sense, the impacts of the arrival and use of horses, cattle, and mules is noteworthy. As remarked in several chapters, it responded to increasing demands for transportation, mining, and for food production, and reflected the demographic collapse of most Amerindian territories. In the Andean region, the indigenous experience in livestock breeding facilitated this introduction, as Maldowski and Zuloaga remark in this book. Pigs, cattle, and sheep were also soon economic engine and source of food for all inhabitants in the South Cone, Andes, Mesoamerica, and the Caribbean, and at the same time agents of ecosystem changes. Meanwhile, especially in the Caribbean, the region suffered in early stage the establishment of plantations and massive slavery. The need for land for pasture, plantations, and timber for mining and shipbuilding caused enormous deforestation in these regions. In contrast, due to its impenetrable nature beyond the waterways, the Amazon remained in this phase relatively intact until the next step. It initially created fascination and was even compared to paradise in a first stage, but fear later in the discourses of the time. At the end of the colonial era, however, it became again a source of fascination for the emerging scientific community. From my experience in this biome, it's noteworthy that the Amazon continues to have the same effect on its visitors today, fascination or fear. Nevertheless, this period also witnessed the first cases of biopiracy, as Olaf remarked. The smuggling of cinchona seeds used to treat malaria is a paradigmatic example. The book makes it clear that the second phase, which began after the independence of most Latin American countries, did not improve the situation, neither for biodiversity nor for the indigenous peoples. In the Southern Cone, extermination campaigns were carried out against the indigenous population to gain land for colonists and for livestock protection. Improvements in transportation and new technologies also led to the expansion of plantations to areas beyond the Caribbean, in continental coast, and therefore to more deforestation. Also during this period, the search for natural products such as rubber brought slavery and misery at a large scale also to the Amazonian people. While the book does not provide information about the consequences for biodiversity of the agrarian reforms, as far as I know, it presents an in-depth description of the emergence of a new phenomenon that continues to grow to this day, the creation of protected areas. The foundation of Yellowstone National Park in 1872 in the USA served as an example to other nations, whether for the preservation of large landscapes, territorial control, or the protection of biodiversity. At the beginning, it was not biodiversity, it were the fantastic landscapes. According to the authors, the first ones in Latin America were found in the beginning of the 20th century in the South Cone and Mexico. However, I also found some information about the creation of the first national park in Puerto Rico. Maybe you know more than me, called Bosque Nacional del Caribe, already in 1876, just a comment. The last period, the phase of the Great Acceleration, brought huge negative changes in biodiversity via Green Revolution and the intensification of monocultures, such as soybeans, tree plantations, salmon, aquaculture, etc., and the extraction of oil and mining resources. However, this era is also the great era of biodiversity conservation in Latin America. The relevance of the Convention on Biological Diversity in 1992 is clear in all the chapters covering this last phase. It was the first international agreement regarding the protection of biological diversity and still is the most important in terms of its protection. Just as the authors say, it emphasizes the creation of protected areas which have promoted the emergence of new markets, such as ecotourism and carbon credits. This related to climate change. It also remarks the importance of the traditional knowledge of indigenous peoples for the first time, internationally at least. The establishment of protected areas, but also other conservation measures, as I mentioned use of carbon credits, receives some but little criticism in this book. The authors criticize the protection of charismatic flagship species such as the Andean bear or the Andean condor instead of very relevant endangered but less spectacular species. On her part, Yolanda Macio Trigo quotes that conservation is conceived from the biological and physical variables. The social aspect does not receive the same consideration, despite being fundamental. Yeah, it is so, but the problem is much more serious. And this is what I wanted to introduce and maybe to start a dialogue with you. Protected areas in Latin America have been growing in number since 1992, following international indications. For instance, in the Amazon region, now these areas cover 23%, while 28% is indigenous territories, and around 6% overlap between these two categories. While the Strategic Plan for Biodiversity of the United Nations 2011 till 2020 envisaged the conservation of 10% of the territory, the 2022 Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, it was signed in December 2022 by almost all countries of the world, requires the protection of 30% of the Earth's surface. It sounds good, but there are problems. Many existing protected areas are established by politicians in places of little conflict but low conservation value. Conservation based on percentage of areas ignores the fact that biodiversity is unevenly distributed across the planet. We have a completely different biodiversity in Greenland and in Costa Rica, for instance. Good management is crucial. However, it is deficient in many of the world protected areas. Climate change also puts serious pressure on ecosystems. An area-based conservation is static. Protected species or ecosystems could disappear from these areas. This would result in empty protected areas of little conservation interest. It could also happen that the species to be protected move out of the protected areas to adapt to climate change. Each new protected area in inhabited areas creates not only new boundaries, but also new power imbalances. Borders imply exclusion and containment and become a source of conflict. Furthermore, the prevailing approach to biodiversity conservation in Latin America, focusing on terrestrial on protected areas, does not offer security against risks associated with hydrocarbon exploration and mining projects. The reason, for instance, most indigenous territories in Latin America lack rights to subsoil resources. Furthermore, analyzing the percentage of total number of metal mines observed at different levels of proximity to protected areas, Duran and his friends observed for South America that 1/4, over 25%, are located less than 10 kilometers from their boundaries, while 6.4 are located within protected areas. Such a demand, 1/3 of the territory, will provoke serious conflicts, even the advocates of indigenous rights and those of biodiversity protection, even between the. This is not a manifesto against protected areas, but it does need further discussion. Given that this is another of the many crises that are on the way in Latin America, and that involves social as well as natural science scientists, I would like to take advantage of this forum to discuss it. And last but not least, a little word that I found in the book, and maybe it's interesting for you. Somewhere it's written that cocoa was brought from Mexico to Europe. The last DNA analysis discovered that the origin is Ecuador, the actual territory of Ecuador. It sounds, it's anecdotic, but this also is, it is so. You can send you the.
That is a diplomatic problem with Ecuador.
Oh, that's another problem. That's more social science problem. I'm a more natural science problem. For this would this shows that there was commerce between this region and Mesoamerica, probably following the coast. And there is very little road, very little. I never found anything about this topic. So if you have some information for me, thank you. Thank you very much.
Very interesting point. Thank you for your comment, Andrés Garrigue. Even more food for thought and more topics to discuss here. Now it's your turn again, Leon and Olaf.
studies about the origin of the crops, no, cacao, maize, corn. For example, the Peruvians say the corn is from Peru. No? We stay in Molina University, and they say me the corn is from Peru, and have different studies. For example, my loud is because I'm from Chiapas, and Chiapas is the center of the origin of cacao. For example, in Soconusco, you have many plantations to many times, no? And you have with the Aztec Empire, this is the coin of the transactions of the Mexican ancients, no? Ancient Mexicans, and it's for more studies about what is the origin. This is Latin America, and we are united because we are the important zone to the Mesoamerica, Ecuador, and Peru, the indigenous people. I stayed in Bolivia one time with uh, the fest of the Old Saints, Dia de Muertos, I say. And the Bolivians eat the same tamales. Tamales is the corn. It's very similar to Mexico. And we have the same broth, and we're friends, and don't worry. It's okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for these two comments. And I'm at least I think several or all of the editors are very happy that really the conceptual design we made works in this sense. Um, just one aspect is about the larger interdisciplinarity, because at least I think this would have meant to add a fourth axis in our matrix, basically an interdisciplinary one. And I thought in at this moment where we are, that would have been too complex for us to work. And in this sense, I think really that's still an open task, especially also in regard to other knowledge systems, what you have mentioned, indigenous communities, but also peasant communities and so on, because I think that's very important to include this type of knowledge production in the academic discourse also on biodiversity. About the theoretical discussion, I think we really thought right at the beginning, obviously there was circulating these debates on the Capitalocene and Plantationocene and so on, and we thought this would paralyze the project in a certain way, because then we create up positions and don't create too much bridges of dialogue. And so in the end, we thought instead of only debating about these concepts and where one feels more or less comfortable in one and defends his or her concept, to really take the Anthropocene as the starting ground and go more into the phenomena, the dynamics, the historical dynamics, and so on. And in this sense, I think the handbook also reads more as a kind of as I said, systematizing the knowledge about the genealogy of the Anthropocene, and in this sense, also in terms of interculture or interdisciplinary dialogue, more as a toolbox where also other disciplines can serve themselves. And I understood the commentary of Andres also in this direction. And obviously, here we enter in a lot of problems, because what probably from the social science, we can use a more open discussion, or especially in the humanities definition. From biology, what you have mentioned, oh, you deal the topic in so many different ways. And I had the same impression working on an interdisciplinary project with biologists, where the the level of the definitions was quite different. So in biology, this has to be a strict definition, universal in all aspects, while we work more with softer ones. And this also, yet itself, is a very strong topic of interdisciplinary discourse. So we didn't want to go too much into that. Probably one aspect more on the question of protected areas. I think the contradiction or the tensions are clear, and as you said, I think we worked it also out in the handbook. And probably for following up, this would really enter into more political discussion about the protection of biodiversity. Also with the new studies that we know in comparative ways in studies in the Americas, that the biodiversity is higher in areas with indigenous population than in only protected areas, so to say, these parks without people. So obviously an aspect which is quite interesting. On the other hand, I really find also important the debate on new wilderness, because we have still a critique in social sciences to the first parks with this romanticization of wilderness, and it's true. But on the other hand, if we look at the development of the technosphere, the last areas, so to say, of certain wilderness are very important in certain way to preserve. So I think we have also to reflect here about the truths we have in mind about common concepts.
Thank you. Now it's time for your question and comments, as we would like to open this conversation to all of you. We start with Walter Penge, then Eric.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Walter Benke. I'm coming from Argentina. I have to say that at first that I'm an agronomist. I relate with the biological sector in terms of food production and the relationship with natural resources. And my question, and this is particularly not a comment, it's a question.
Walter, sorry,
You
can
have
you
been
take the,
commenting
can you
about-
take, can you take the microphone closer? Thank you.
You had been, this? Okay. You had been commenting about the process of the acceleration. You mentioned the green revolution. In this moment, we are facing a new green revolution. The call is bio-revolution or issues like that. So my first approach about this is if in the book of, if you had been thinking about what is coming now, about the effects of new technologies. I'm not talking about biotechnology, particularly because biotechnology is the past in some way, but what is going to happen in terms of the genomics, proteomics, particularly in this moment about the situation of the synthetic biology that we are facing in this moment, really. Practically, in this moment, we are facing the discussion about artificial intelligence, so that is not but the point, but particularly in terms of the discussion about biodiversity and what is coming from the future, relate with this, for me, is relevant to know about this. And relate with this, not only thinking about biodiversity, because we cannot separate this from environmental services. And what is the relationship about that? And the last question is related about how you have been managing the issues by invasions in terms of by invasions and the interaction in this global context is a key point in this moment. So thank you very much.
Eric, you had a comment too.
Yeah, I just had a really quick comment. I really like to see the camaraderie between people from Latin America, but I just wanted to say that growing up in elementary school, every Wednesday there was a woman who would come and serve us tamales as well, the same tamales. And I find it interesting, you know, here as I look around and I find myself to be the only U.S. American representing, you know, the North, right? I mean, I'm from California, and it seems like there's been a disconnect with the discourse between Latin America and well, the Chicanx populations. You know, out in California, we have Telemundo and stuff like that, but these are divided communities right now. And so, anyway, just to comment that we're also up there eating the same tamales and, you know, have the same food culture. You know.
Yeah, probably to answer a little bit, we have not projected too much, not in the future, because basically, as it was a systematization of the existing dynamics, we haven't put the focus on that. But anyway, I think one general aspect also for choosing this volume of biodiversity was the idea that human-driven organisms are very important for, so to say, what others have called a bioevolutionary Anthropocene. And in this sense, there is a certain connection in this volume from the first introduction of neobiota, which still is in biology marked with 1492, the date for the classification of neobiota. So alien species. We worked in the volumes with hybrids in a certain way, and obviously with in the last period with genetically modified organisms. So one general inquiry is this human altered forms of the biosphere or the organisms themselves. And in this sense, I think this is what we have worked in a certain way. On the other element, I think especially in regard to bio-invasions, all of this vocabulary, I think we worked out quite interestingly that this was a topic also where especially botanists at the end of the 19th century were concerned with what we now call biological invasions and so on, but probably in a language not that, so to say, polemized, what is it? Polemizierend, so not so strong, so to say, and polemic language, but more in terms of rural vegetation, introduced ones, and so on. So in a more neutral way. And in a certain way, I find it very interesting because there are really strong differentiations made by the forms of introduction of these organisms, but not in this alarmistic way. So actually, I found that quite interesting. And so the environmental services, I think that's an element we have in the last part. But actually, I think we should have developed, or it could be developed more. I think it's a further task. And another further task, which has been mentioned before, is what you have done in the document to work more on the nexus, which is implicit also in the volumes, this interconnections with the other volumes, with water, with climate change. We have not that much reflections on how biodiversity would change with climate change. So this nexus would have been very interesting and to explore further.
But let me stress that there is another strength of the book, and it's really also, well, species migrate and species circulate, but also knowledge circulates and migrates. And that's really very well spelled out how these kind of migrations of knowledge is, of course, often from the, let's say, from the European-centric worlds, yeah, Humboldt, et cetera, 2000 America happened, but also the other way around. And I think this interconnectivities between different bodies of knowledge comes really very nicely in the volume to the fore.
And there was a comment from Eleonora Roland.
Let's see if I can speak. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to just first thank the praise. I mean, I'm not an editor of this volume, but it's so nice to hear and to have the like, apparently work this structure and so the general work that the handbook is doing to see that it works. Also, especially for readers from different and particularly the natural sciences, different disciplines. So, and I want to sort of touch on something that Andres mentioned in particular. So you said the historical perspective is not something that is often looked at in biodiversity research from the natural sciences. And I would say this is probably because it's so difficult to even have a benchmark on what biodiversity meant, even in the deeper historical context. At least that's my perspective from a historian's point of view and from what I know. So, and then that question goes to Olaf and to both of you, because we were also saying that we're doing a bit of a workshop report. Was that also one of the challenges for your authors in the colonial period? I'm guessing. So maybe could you talk a bit about these or maybe other sort of issues that came up for you for this volume? You want to?
Well, obviously, this was a big decision because, as has Helmut mentioned before, the term biodiversity was coined in 1986 from a US American perspective. Obviously, in a context also of neo-imperial expansion of the US. So basically the botanical institutes in regard to the Caribbean, the Panama Canal, tropical botany was in the background. This was, but on the other hand, so we had this discussion, and we tried to move more towards a discussion which is made between the disciplines, and especially from anthropology. So to discuss to link biodiversity to cultural diversity and social diversity, because obviously what we discussed a lot is the new research on terra preta and these forms, where we know that high biodiversity is directly related also to the agency of indigenous or peasant communities who prepared and cultivated in one way or the other certain areas. This was very important, also in a more conceptual way, because if we think of biodiversity plants, and we must have a knowledge to name it, to name the plants, and therefore it was very important to take into account also these indigenous or different indigenous knowledge systems to name, to know, because obviously when we name plants, it's not the same as other knowledge systems do. But it was very difficult. This was the intention. But on the other hand, we see that in the field of our authors and our disciplines, a lot of researchers still were more involved in social, economic history, commodity history, and so several aspects that would we have loved to put more in the forefront. With several authors, we really had to push them to get these aspects in. And in this sense, several entries show this dialogue, and I think these entries also show that we are at a certain point where our knowledge system, our ways to think about plants, animals, more as actants, more in an active way, is in this moment at a tipping point. So where all the episteme doesn't work anymore. And I think this is still expressed in also the entries, in some entries more, in some entries less advanced in this process. So it's a systematization of this knowledge, but on the other hand, it's not, it's a moving knowledge body in a certain way.
Yeah, I have a sort of a speculative question. If we imagine or project that after this handbook, there would be other handbooks about parts of Asia or Australasia or parts of Africa or North America, which was mentioned, California and beyond. Could you imagine that in order to have later a comparative perspective between these regions that an ordering or systematization using theoretical concept, not like the big names like Capitalocene or something like that, but for example, using more specific concepts which came up in historical, but also in other discussions about the Anthropocene, only to give some examples, critical zone or hybrid objects or anthromes, yeah, ecology, or archaeosphere or telecoupling, or you mentioned Gabriel Hecht, multi-scalar objects, to use these as sort of ordering principle. Could you imagine that it might be useful or just an idea?
Actually, I think it's a question for all of us, and I personally would answer that's a very interesting direction, because I think at this macro level of meta concepts, there are too much presumptions, and these middle range concepts allow us to be, on the one hand, much more related to local empirical context, and on the other hand, build a bridge to the global planetary perspective. So actually, I think that that would be a very fruitful perspective. Also, in terms what Franz has mentioned in the first panel, I find it very interesting, really, to develop more conceptual, so to say, turning points or more precise historical periods in regard to the different topics we have worked on. And if we go here more precisely in the volumes, this could be also work on a more comparative perspective if we have similar research from other areas, from different parts of Africa, Asia, and so on. And I think also, especially these middle range terms, if they come from regions, as I said, I don't like the term too much, but let's say the global south, they also would have probably in some terms more a relation to colonialism, capitalism, and in this sense also a more, in a certain way, also a kind of political impact and correction, which is also, I think, very important still to the big discourse of the Anthropocene.
Yeah, and I meant it, it may be fruitful if one wants to go really beyond an environmental history, so very much oriented on history, but take the history as a factual topic, but using social science and other concepts to get revealing insights about historical past dependencies and so on. Yeah. Thank you.
I mean, this is really very nicely done again with the book. You mentioned multi-scalarity on the not so much now on the spatial level, but on the, let's say, temporal level. This book really slides up and down the temporal scale, right? Covers a long durée perspective of half a millennium, and this is already a big achievement, right? It overcomes the so-called short-termism very much so. And again, this should be emphasized that this is very, very valuable to be able to slide up and down the scales.
One last participation by Barbara Göbel.
Apologies, it's a provocative question. You know that in this multiple crisis, not only in the German context, but also in the European context, we have to explain to decision makers why Latin America matters. And in this sense, I would like to know from you if a representative of parliament would step into this room, what have you learned from your exercise of your collective effort? I really appreciate. What are the lessons learned from Latin America regarding biodiversity for Europe?
My answer is what Europa matters for Latin Americans. The problem is the coloniality, the problem is the perspective, because in dialogue north-south between Europeans and Latin Americans is have inequalities. No, you have more production, you have the money, you have more research. No, the Latin American universities have difficulties. The Argentinians have to cooperate to come here, no, because in Libra crypto coins, no, that is the very problems with the universities. But Latin America is the more important hotspot in biodiversity, no, the Amazonas basin, the Maya forest of the tree is very important to the capture carbon. No, capture is the with the ocean and with the forest is the more important seat in the world. No, Latin America, and this is very important to the diversity. You have mammals, you have reptiles. No, for example. This is the 5 countries of Latin America: Brazil, Colombia, Venezuela, Ecuador, and Mexico, mega diverse countries of the world. That is the reason. No? United States and other countries, Russia, don't have importance in biodiversity. No?
That narrative worked until 2 years ago. Now we have a defragmentation of the multilateral organizations. Climate biodiversity agenda is evading. So we have now a security narrative in Europe. And this is why I asked the question, because I'm a little bit lacking arguments in order to defend research from social sciences and humanities related and connected and from Latin America in the European context.
But I think here it would also be important to highlight not to jump in on the European discourses, but on the other hand, probably to certain Latin American perspectives. We don't know. We all know about the pitfalls of certain Latin American government. But if the Colombian government declares that they want to be world power of life for life, I think that's another discourse to value life in all its dimensions, and I think it's shaming for the European governments to think only of geopolitical immediate interests, while some poor countries really are doing work and are concerned with these global questions on life. So I think also in strategic terms, we have to be quite clear that here small countries with small budgets have a different discourse, have different daily life communities and peasant communities and indigenous feminist groups, small urban collectives that really engage in these problems, and that we, as Leon said, which we are certainly in several aspects responsible and higher consumers, can't go back to a self-defensive bubble discourse of geopolitical power. So I think really that's also the task, or what we can also learn from these volumes, because as has been said before, it's not a history of degradation we're telling in terms towards biodiversity. We're also telling a history where several different groups, in some cases also the state, takes some activities and daily life practices to overcome, to resist, in this case, multiple ecological crises, also in terms of biodiversity. So I think this would be a contestation and a lesson learned here.
Please.
Yeah, just a comment. I just wanted to add a comment to Barbara and Olaf and all of your comments. I totally agree, but I think what we would need now is something that has been mentioned already, is what is a bit missing maybe, or what needs to be done now on the basis of what you've done with the volumes, is to link them more to more general debates maybe, and to link them together, like to kind of draw the conclusions that we need. All volumes, you have a general introduction, but I would love to have a general conclusion. What do we learn from each volume, or from the interlinkages between the different volumes, to the debates on conservatism and, for example, the work on Brem Buscher, who has worked a lot on these topics in Africa. We could link them to so many very important discussions. So we have a lot of work to do.
I don't know if it's a mean answer, but Antoine wanted to write a manifesto of the Anthropocene, but unfortunately he isn't here. He couldn't make it for this conference. So no, but I agree. Yeah.
Maybe we have to write a manifesto of the post-Anthropocene.
Yeah.
So still a lot of work to do. This panel has come to an end. Thank you so much for your presentations. Thank you so much for the very productive feedback. Coffee is waiting for us downstairs. I see some tired faces. I think we all deserve some. So down in the cafeteria, you have coffee and cake, and we'll be back here at 4:15 with the next panel on climate change. Enjoy your break and enjoy your conversations.
neither by our introductions, the point of energy. We wanted to stress the importance of the land change, but maybe, yeah, you are right. If we look a little bit to the future, not to the past, we should expect more relevance to that point. And finally, it's all green hydrogen was mentioned by Bern, and I also came back to this. I think at least in the southern corner of Latin America, but elsewhere, it will become, it's already an issue, yeah? Especially with Germany, because it's one of the main investors on that very still doubtly technology.
Ben, Violet? Just 2 points briefly to the graph I showed. Maybe I should have explained it more detailedly. It has nothing to do with population or per capita emissions. What it accounts for is, I know you're the climate historians, but in pre-industrial phase, the carbon dioxide concentration in the atmosphere was 260, 280 ppm, something around that. And then until the 1980s, it came to 350 ppm, and that was by James Hansen defined as this kind of threshold, where you're sure that you can avoid like large-scale climate change and tipping points and stuff. So what Jason Hickel, this breakup, was trying to show, what about this 100, a bit less than 100 carbon dioxide ppm emissions stem from which countries and which economies, yes, and due to fossil fuel emissions. And China comes in later from the 1980s onwards. Now we are 422 or something, 425 ppm. So that's like China comes in then. And now, of course, they are the largest emitter. So it's not about the population of this society. That's not why the global south is like just 8%. It's like the total emissions in this until we reach 350 ppm. That's okay. Then we discuss later. Later on.
The 350 just defines the overshoot, and everything since is the overshoot, and that's distributed. The calculation is very simple.
Oh, okay. And the second, but I hope it didn't sound too negative. Everything I said. I really think it's really useful to apply your perspective to the topic of the Anthropocene. But however, it's crucial, as I tried to say, that you always need to make this link how these developments are related, the planetary dimension and the regional dimension. And I'm not the expert on this, but I think, yeah, there are many cases where, for example, the genocidal processes which are related to the colonization of the Americas by the Europeans and what this meant to the climate, there are planetary impacts, of course, like the little ice age. So I would not doubt this, but if the concept of Anthropocene makes sense in order to describe or think about environmental changes, then you need to make this relation. Otherwise, it makes analytical no sense, but it's just you catch it as a term because it's popular. Eleonora.
I just wanted to respond to Ricardo's question again as well. And of course, we have a volume that's called mining and energy, which doesn't mean that we can't and we shouldn't deal with energy and with relation to climate change, obviously. But if maybe that's why we didn't stress it so much. We had this introductory few pages that we sent out to our authors where that was definitely mentioned. Also, urbanization. I think maybe it's just our fault that we didn't introduce the topics or we didn't mention them in our introduction so much. In the sense of these are all issues that occur throughout the period we're looking at in this volume of climate change, and we would like you, the authors, to sort of consider, and that would be sort of that you should be, sort of somehow focusing on. But then it was the freedom also a little bit of the authors, and you remember that yourself from the process. There is only so much constraint you can put on authors. And then also because we were already telling them very strongly what to do and what not to do and where to expand, that sometimes maybe, we were not pushing enough. maybe, where we possibly should have, in that sense. And it's the same with urbanization. It's in there, I would say, but it's not like we have sort of a systematic sort of read through urbanization through all our chapters and what it does with regard to climate change. Yeah, so, and I think that that is with a lot of the issues that are important for the topic of climate change, and that drive climate change. And that again goes back to what we said in the beginning, because they're all topics that are dealt with in depth in the other volumes. So that was a little bit our sort of hanging in between all of these topics, and sort of getting to deal with that. Thanks.
Okay, it seems that we have a few more minutes for a short round of questions. Is there any other question on the floor? Comments?
That's only a question related with the process of urbanization that you commented about that. In the discussion about urbanization, particularly taking into consideration Latin America, the process of that in this moment we had an average of 80% of people living in cities, and this is maybe relevant in terms of the empty territories that you are living there. So that situation, particularly in this moment, and facing this second way of urbanization, where people is trying to live in cities, particularly thinking putting the focus in South America, is a key point. And not only for biodiversity in terms of use land use access, land tenure, and issues like that. So you commented about this in relating just only about the emissions, about that. It's more than emissions. It's very more than emission. And the other issue is related with the consume. The consume is relevant in the relationship with the process of climate change. So I believe that the cities, including that they are rising in this moment just only from 2.5 to 40% of the land use for the 2050, is a key point. But the most relevant point from this, and you don't mention about this, I think that this is necessary to comment, is about the consume. The consume is the real problem about that, from that perspective, very related with this. Thank you.
Okay, if there are no more questions, editors have the floor.
When I was reading about urbanization in Latin America, I found some works comparing with what happened in Southeast Asia, for instance. And although in Latin America, the trend towards urbanization, it was earlier, actually in relation with climate change, heat islands, and the consumption of fuels, yeah, energy, whatever, it's much significant, I would say, in other regions. So this is maybe why we didn't stress it. It is important, but again, now I wonder why the authors didn't mention only the Caribbeans. Yeah. No, I know. It's just the question is why they were writing. They didn't rise the topic. Yeah. And could be part of the selection of the authors, of course. Always there is a bias there. And yeah. Yeah. Yeah, could be.
Okay, we have the last question from the lady right here. Barbara.
No, I only wanted to emphasize, I think Walter, your argument was a relation between urban and non-urban areas or rural areas. That is the key in Latin America. And there we have a real driver of climate change, but also of biodiversity loss, of water scarcity, etc., etc. So I think that was the argument, not only focusing on urban areas, but on the relation and the consumption, of course, the lifestyle, nature consuming lifestyles.
I would like to add to that exactly the relationship between urban areas and rural areas is quite complex, and working in a Center for Climate Change, there is not consensus on whether the high rates of urbanization we have in Latin America are bad or good in terms of climate change, because the cities could also be a solution. When you have all the humans together and doing all the consumption of energy, you can manage it better than when they are spread all over the territory. So I think it's something that characterizes Latin America, but what the impacts it has, or how we analyze it, is a complex issue, and is in relationship of the land that is not being used. Just a comment.
Okay, any final comments from the editors?
Synthetic volume.
So, welcome back to the film screening. When in summer last year, Eleonora asked me if I would participate in a conference on the Anthropocene, I immediately said, yes, I do so, not knowing at that time that she imagined me in 3 different roles. So I hope you don't mind that I'm more often than others on the stage. It's not my fault, at least. But I'm very pleased that I had the chance to introduce 2 Mexican artists. And tonight it's the film by Miguel Sanchez, who is here with us. And we discussed in which way we are going to present the film. And the idea is that we first see the film, and then we will have start a discussion on the film. And then, of course, you can intervene and comment, ask questions, and so on. So, we start the film.
both working?
Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. So thank you very much for this really great film.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have several questions, and let's start with the title. The title is Anthropos.
Yeah.
And when we look at the images, what we see are basically infrastructures, railroad systems, electricity systems, storage spaces, parking spaces, but almost no human beings.
Yeah.
Is that a very clear decision right from the beginning to exclude the Anthropos, the actor of the Anthropocene in this?
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. Thank you so much for everyone for being here. It's a pleasure for me being here. And yeah, actually, the thing that I want to talk it's about the consequences of the humans in the air, but also in a small place like well, the areas near to Mexico City and Mexico City. So the strategy that I used was shoot places that allow me to show the impact, but in an image. For instance, in the very first beginning of the film, when you see the train in this top view,
yes,
and you can see the way that the land changed in order to put a train that actually was closed from like 10 years, and then all that train follow to the market, and then the market with small people, maybe in the market, but because actually it was impossible to have the empty the place, you know. But yeah, the idea was have a few humans, but show the consequences of the humans there.
So basically, there are no individuals on the screen. There are actors, but
Yeah.
they are getting not individualized. Is that also?
That's the idea, because I feel when we talk about the pollution or the, you know, every time the media say that you have to do something, you know, like you don't have to use plastic, but as a human, as an individual, and then I feel like we have to talk about all the things that we are doing together. So the idea is don't show one man or women doing something because it's her fault, you know. And then in this other strategy, it's our responsibility.
Yeah, that brings me to the next question. You mentioned that you shot the film next to Mexico.
Yeah.
But when you don't know this as a viewer, it could be any place, or not any place, but there are a lot of places similar to that in basically Latin America.
Totally.
Was that also a conscious decision to non-localize, so to say, or not to bring out the specificity of the space?
Yeah, that was really important to me, because actually I didn't use icons from the city, you know, like the town or the Ángel de la Independencia, or even we shot in Guadalajara, so don't shoot the Minerva. We want to shoot places that can happen in Latin America, but also in India, you know, other places. Asia can be, but also this market is, France said that they have a biggest market. So it can be really similar, even from places in Europe. So the idea is that the problem of the pollution, or even the discussion about the Anthropocene, is not only for one place. I want to invite everyone to discuss this.
Yeah. What is very remarkable in the film is the sound. There's a kind of electronic sound, which is almost a kind of metallic noise behind it, a kind of cosmic noise even, overshadowing other sounds in the film. But there is also in some parts, percussion going on. Can you say something about sound, music part of the film?
Sure, we did the original music for this film, and I was working with the musician. In the very beginning, I said to him, I want to work with a new technology, like digitalization of the music, you know, like this sound, so which is really electronic sound, you know, like even sometimes disturbing. But also, on the other hand, I say to him, I want to put pre-Hispanic instruments in all the film, in order to say that we are part of the modernity, of course, but also we have roots that sometimes in Mexico, the communities indigenous show us to use better the land that we are using actually, in the modern days.
And what is interesting with the sound, when I said that's a kind of cosmic noise, that at the end of the film, you also show, so to say, a planetary perspective, looking into the universe, basically.
Yeah, it's like an immersive documentary that wants to be a experience, a journey experience that put the people in a kind of trance, like a meditation that allow to think about it, So even that the music is trying to put the people in some, state of conscience for say something, and then move to other reflections. For that reason, also, I am not using voiceover the film. I am not using interviews because sometimes when someone is saying something that is the most important thing, you're not think about it, So I am trying, I am pushing the viewer to think by self.
Yeah. There are images which are very beautiful, and then you realize they show you the dystopian aspects. This tension between the beautiful and the dystopian, what does that mean for you in this film?
It's really hard to say that because
just to mention one where I'm really I mean, I was so impressed by the image. This white, when you have this white color, which could be even a wave of Hokusai at some point, and then you see just a contaminated water place where even animals are affected by it.
So yeah, I am playing with the idea that even in the modern days, we are all the time talking about the beautiful of the modernity.
Yeah.
So also we can make some beautiful images with the pollution. But the thing that I want to confront the viewer with the images and say that the images are trying to share with the audiences. And that's the idea, confront the spectator that I am watching something which is beautiful, but also is horrible, the place where the film was shot. For instance, for me, the cows are really interesting, and the way that they are moving and eating and in the water. And I feel something like empathy with them. But also, on the other hand, I was thinking that that water is horrible. That water was the Santiago River. We were being together like 2 years ago. So maybe someone remember the smell of the place, and then that was the water that the cows are drinking. So that was my feeling, but in a really personal and instinctive way. Like it's different for me as a filmmaker because you as a scientist or researchers works with your brain. I work with my instinct, and the things that I smell and I feel like confront. So that's why I was trying to put beautiful images. For me, that was abstract painting all the time. And then, but that abstract painting is doing with water, which is really polluted.
There are several images which could be looked at as abstract paintings.
Yeah.
So what role does art history play for you when you do films like this?
I do abstract painting.
Paintings.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's my main reason, actually.
There is also a kind of basic structure which refers to the elements: fire, water, wind, earth. Was this structure there right from the beginning when you started to think about this film, or did it develop by shooting or by developing the basic idea?
That idea was developed in the process. In the very beginning was the idea of Mexico City and the state of Mexico, and that's it. The narrative idea was development in the current process of the documentary. So it's 4 chapters. It's interesting because it's similar, or the idea is like similar of the handbooks. The first chapter is about the soil, the water. The second one is about the water, then the air, and the sun or the fire. Yeah. So it's just 4 chapters, and every chapter has been connected by something, like the movement of the camera, the sound, something have to connect every chapter.
You told me that you are at the same time an activist, working
Yes.
politically and socially. What does your film work means for you in this context of activism? Would you see it as part of it? I mean, doing abstract paintings could be something very different.
Yeah, I know. Yes, I was working as activist like 20 years ago. Then this documentary represent for me the opportunity to put the things that we are, fighting in the streets in something that I feel is an observational documentary, authoral, but also useful or interesting for the social movements
Yes.
that are fighting and wants to show the consequences of our consume. And then that's important because I feel like all the media right now, maybe you can see that a lot of people are saying that the climate change doesn't exist. And then if you can share the image that truly show you that exists and is affecting you because you eat cow meat, and then you are seeing a cow drinking water or whatever. Even the fire was in Guadalajara, and then in Guadalajara are changing the uses of the land because of the fires that they are doing in the forest. So we were shooting in Guadalajara when the fire started, and then we decided to shoot the fire.
Yeah.
And then that's it. I feel like I was trying to do something useful for the movement also.
Yes. Where do you show these films? Could you show it even on TV in Mexico?
Yeah, this is the very first time. Actually, this is the close presentation. We can say that. And then we are waiting for festivals, film festivals.
Yes.
And yeah, actually the idea, it's part of the CALAS, material that they can use in their classes, even for the teacher from the university. I hope that these films can be shown in the universities. It's made for that place.
Since you have been on the talent campus of the Berlinale,
Yes.
maybe next time it's on the Berlinale.
Can be.
Oh.
I hope.
Okay. So if you have questions or comments, please.
Yeah, it's beautiful. The ugly is beautiful, but in your work. But I noticed some detail on the chapter of water, where it's a top of the drainage system. It's that say angel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is related with the Miguel Angel, the child that died because the pollution of the Santiago River in 2008.
I didn't know that,
No,
but can be possible, actually.
yeah,
But I
because
didn't know that.
it's a point of rune of this internationalization of this big problem. No,
Ah.
this date and this child has died because he fell down into the river.
I didn't know that. So interesting.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Miguel. Wonderful, exciting. This hasn't been the first movie film on the Anthropocene or named Anthropocene, probably not the last one. There's, of course, one big one, yeah, by Ed Botinsky and Bleichwald on the human epoch. I have a twofold question. One is, do you kind of distance from, or how do you work? You do research, you look at these other examples of Anthropocenic films. How do you distance from those or take up kind of similarities? Because, I mean, it's somehow striking, the some similarities, like the bird's eye view, continuous bird's eye view, the aesthetics of landscapes, despite all its poisoning. So, so there are elements of comparison, elements of distancing, and I wondered how you work with this, yeah, overconsumption of ideas about the Anthropocene also from a film perspective.
Yeah, of course, it's a lot of films. Well, not a lot, but a few films about the not only the Anthropocene, also about the humans. You know, like Geoffrey Reggio that did the trilogy Taxi and Baraka and even I feel like these films born with Berlin Symphony of the City, the way that we are trying to shoot, which is show the situation and allow to the viewers to be in there, you know, like as an experience. So in my case, I did a lot of documentary research in places that I actually I knew. I visited several places, and then with those images, I try to separate in the way that I am doing the cutting, the montage, which is a little bit slow, a little bit in order also to confront the people with the time, because also today we are living in a moment in the history that the videos are really short. One of the most important social medias is TikTok, you know, so it's like 7, 5, 10 seconds video. So in this case, yeah, I try to play with the time, but making more longer, making longer the time, you know, in order to confront the viewer to think about it, why I am watching this, and why I am have to understand this, you know. So for me, it's different that perspective, because sometimes films like Baraka, they play a lot with time lapses and with humans. So I try to work with places at the time, which is actually the essence of the on this film, and also put the some keys in the music, you know, like the pre-Hispanic instruments that I am using, like the sounds, which is the first plant of the sound is really close to the people. So I am trying to tell a story, but with the sound, which is I feel is different, because in the other films the sound is like a very first playing, you know. So in this case the music is in a second, maybe more long, and in these films the sound of the people is really close to the viewer. Maybe those are the difference, but is playing with the language. Yeah.
What I also like at the film is some, in some cases, the camera draws you into the film, and it's meditative, as you said. But then there are also disruptions of that.
Yeah.
It makes you reflective of your role you, as a viewer, have related to the images of the film. So it's a very complex way. Yeah, please.
Yeah, so first comment, just in terms of like film inspirations, I'm wondering, have you ever seen the film Stalker by Tarkovsky, the
Yes,
Russian
Stalker.
film director?
Yes.
It reminded me very much of that film. And in that film, I mean, this guide takes this writer and a professor into this dystopian wasteland, which is kind of conversely a utopia of like wish fulfillment. But in this, I mean, I think it's interesting because we take the perspective of we're distanced from the damage that this causes. But and then yeah, I think I forgot the other thing. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, but
I don't take that seriously, because Tarkovsky is one of the biggest.
Yeah, my comment is related to some things that have been said, but more critical.
Yeah, sure.
I think that when I first was when we first see the people, we first see a man who is changing shift, he's changing clothes. Then we see some other men and they're all working in the market, and we hear the sound that has the drum beat that is similar to the heartbeat. I thought that we were going with these men into the film world of the Anthropos, because I knew it was called that, right? And then we move away from these men workers, and we see this environmental destruction, and we are also given the power of the overhead views, the distant views, and I start to wonder what happened to the agency of these men. Are you seeing them as pieces in a machine? Are you seeing them as humans, as agents, as victims? Do we ever go back to their reality? There's another man working outside, also shirtless, but we don't really get in close with him. And I sort of wondered if this use of the sound that I found very you say you're telling the story through the sound, and that was evident. I felt a little bit manipulated by it. I just wonder, because the people, the humans who are responsible for all this destruction, waste, contamination, are not these men that we see on the screen. There's some other men somewhere else. And then there is the cameraman, the camera person, the sound, all of the technology of the filmmaking that is also not visible, but is empowered to guide us through these landscapes. I'm just wondering what happens to the agency of these poor humans that are stuck. Are you revealing it, or are you somewhat mystifying it further as a kind of a faceless Anthropocene?
Yeah, no, thanks so much. I think that I feel that those that work in the markets are part of the pollution or the consequences of the Anthropocene as us. And I don't want to separate that is the bad guy and that is the good guy, because I feel like that discussion is really short to understand, because it's not good or bad people. It's just people that are using the goods that we need, and that put us in this situation. So that discussion for me is really important, because I hope that is the discussion that that allow the documentary, actually, that show that what about talk about the agency of these people? What about if we talk about the bosses of these people on the, or the very rich people that are doing more pollution, Yeah, but I hope that that can be the discussion that the film allow. Yeah.
Thank you, Miguel Ángel. This was again another version of the movie. I liked it very much. You already said that it's not about the individual people you're showing, but you show only male people, right? There was not one woman of the people you shown. Is there anything related to it, or why were they all male?
Well, actually, the places where we were filming was places where a lot of men. Yeah, that's not it's not a comment that I have to I want to put in the documentary. Yeah, so that's interesting, because yeah, I think I didn't do this in like because I want to say something about gender. Yeah.
Thank you. Beautiful, beautiful images. My comments is in the same sense. What about the silence? And I think that the focus of your visual narrative is about the limits of nature and and landscape of the city. No, can you more explain more about these limits? I think that is very important in your film.
Yeah, sure. The silence, it's obviously some moments in the film, and the very beginning of the film is with silence. So you can, I feel like you can enter to this world. And then in some moments, I was trying to put silence in order also to separate chapters. You know, in some places like the climax places, but you have silence there when the image is more powerful. Also, in places where I don't want to do put something in bold, you know, just allow to the people to think about the situation that they are living. I feel like is the maybe this headshot in the trees that we are seeing. We are in silence. Maybe other place with some cows, you know. So I trying to use the silence in order to put in brackets can be, but you know, something that is important for me. Yeah.
Oh, oh. Yeah, please. Yeah.
Okay. I very much the films like a poem.
Mhm.
It's my feeling. And second, I remember the first draft of this, and I think the scene of the guy, the pastoralist that is speaking the sheep. It's again much better.
Mhm. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
Also one of mine.
Please.
Yeah. Mhm. Mm. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the first cut had these titles, and then I decided to move the titles in order to do one piece and to allow the images connect one with other. Also, because I want to put the people in some, yeah, I say that before, in a meditation or you know some act some conscious perspective, you know, like so if you put text there, you cut your break the idea, the feeling of the spectator to the viewer. Yeah, if I tried to do that, but I decided to move at the end. Yeah.
I wanted to go back to this TikTok short movies that you said, like nowadays, like I think this is a good movie, but it's too long. If you imagine in terms of achieving more people
Yeah.
that could watch it and spread the word, kind of. So I would like to know if you have like other projects or other, I don't know, ways to work this in a more, I don't know, popular way. I mean, I don't want it to be a TikToker, of course. If you are, it's good as well. But I don't know. I can't imagine watching. I don't know. Send it to my family, and they will watch it and say, "Oh, that's good. Okay, it really touches me." Like, so I don't know if work
Yeah.
with other stuff like this.
Yeah, I understand perfectly the question, and I feel that this documentary is for and people that is in college or in the university, even in a room with teachers, even in a film festival, cultural television. I some platforms, but more like artist platforms, because I understand that the film is not an easy film, and don't try to be an easy film because the discussion is not easy. So my problem with the videos with TikTok is that they are saying whatever, and it's not important, and nobody reflect about them. And if you try to do something complex, simple, I feel like I am failing, you know? For me, it's other discussion. Yes, I have other projects with that ideas, but they have to burn in the same, you know, in the same lane. So in the second one, I have this project is, I did another project for museums, installations, and 3-6 documentary for YouTube, also in the same idea of the Anthropocene. And then I am working other pieces, but maybe I could try something short. But I feel like if we want to do the discussion really easy, can be really superficial the way that we face it. Yeah.
Okay, we take a final question.
I finally remembered the comment that I had, which was that I think one of my favorite shots of the entire film is the single man alone. He's surrounded by wooden boxes, and he's taking his time very slowly to build a single box.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like he represents all of humanity building the box that we're stuck in. Like the Anthropocene is the box.
Yeah.
And historically and cumulatively, these boxes build up and it ends up becoming a fortress around him.
Mhm.
But, you know, the single act itself is just one small part of it all. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miguel.
Thank you.
Thank you for your participation in the discussion. And yeah.